Beat your 3 minutes, girl. Hold on, y'all. I was watching Cardi B and said, "Oh my God, it's 6:00." I didn't even take a nap today. Okay, y'all. Hold on, let me turn it on. I was watching the end of Cardi.
Well, I observed her across the table for several hours. I didn't specifically examine her face.
Did you have an intention to look for the scar on her face? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you physically go up to her face and look to see if there was a scar?
No, sir.
Are you giving any opinions about Miss Amani's physical scar on her face, whether she has one now, she had one from this incident, anything to do with her plastic surgery? Giving any opinions about that?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, also beyond the scope.
Okay. And in formulating your opinions, did you review Miss Amani Ellis's medical records?
Yes, sir. And those were extremely important to me, actually.
Okay. And you reviewed the medical records from Nicole McKenzie? Is that correct? Is that her? Do you remember that?
I haven't recently, but I have in the past. Yes, sir.
You can look at it. Did you review Exhibit 2?
Okay, so for those of you who haven't watched, hello everybody. I went ahead and started the stream because this is what I was finishing. If you haven't watched, basically the psychiatrist is saying there is no way. There's just no, I don't know. I think he's a psychiatrist. He's saying there's no way that one altercation is doing all of this in Imani's life. He said her mom had cancer. Her best friend committed suicide. I think he said she had some other traumatic events, and she is not attributing any of those events to the psychological stress, or she's not attributing the depression, the anxiety to any of those things. So he's like, "There's no way all of that happened to her life, and Cardi B is the reason for everything."
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but I've not looked at them since.
And you reviewed Exhibit 3?
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but not since.
Okay, and you reviewed Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5?
Let me take a look here. Pardon me.
Hi, everyone joining.
As best I recall, yes, but not recently.
And in formulating your opinions, did all of these exhibits assist you in your formulating opinions and coming up with your opinions for us today?
The Kaiser records were extremely important because she had several visits and didn't report a single emotional problem, didn't ask for any care related to
Objection, non-responsive.
So it's a yes or no question. Did you rely on the records in forming your opinions?
Only the Kaiser records.
I didn't ask you about Kaiser.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me about the Kaiser records earlier. You mean just the ones that I'm looking at in the notebook?
I never said the word Kaiser. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm sorry. I guess when you said medical records, that's what I was interpreting.
Yeah, I'm talking about the medical records from Dr. McKenzie, a psychologist, the medical records from Dr. Avila, a psychologist, the medical records from Dr. Mulliken, a plastic surgeon, and the medical records from Dr. Norman, pain management doctor. Did you review these records? You testified a moment ago, yes. And the question is, did you use these 4 medical records in formulating any of your opinions that you testified to today here in court? Okay, so when you said there was inconsistencies, didn't you mean that, well, strike that. When you said there's inconsistencies, you found those in the medical records that I just asked you about? Isn't that true?
Maybe I had previously. I don't recall if that's in my deposition testimony, but I did not consider those in formulating my opinions for today. It was the Kaiser records.
Okay, the Kaiser records that you're speaking of, isn't it true that the Kaiser records, any medical treatment that Imani Ellis received at Kaiser, it has nothing to do with this case. It has nothing to do with the
Then
assault
why are
and
you
battery.
submitting?
It's something totally unrelated,
Why
correct?
did you submit?
Objections, speculation, hearsay.
Super problem solved. Sustained.
Why did
I hate
Imani
him,
Ellis
Terry.
go to
He's
Kaiser
terrible.
Hospital?
Objection, speculation.
If he wins this case,
Do you know why, from reading the medical records and bills, do you know why Miss Imani Ellis went to the Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
Six.
Over.
Um, Yes, Your Honor, the answer is yes.
Why did she go to Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
Same objection.
Over.
Well, April 2022 was for an annual history and physical and comprehensive. November 2022, comprehensive history and physical. April 2023 with a PA was for a reported hand pain.
come on,
Everything
Sonny.
that you just told us right now about Kaiser Permanente Hospital, as a medical doctor, and in reviewing all these records that you testified you read, wouldn't you agree that those medical treatments have nothing to
That's
do
what he's
with this
saying.
incident? Agreed? Yes or
That's
no?
what he's saying.
Objection, very ambiguous.
Over.
I disagree, they're extremely important.
I didn't ask you if they're important. I agree they're important. Going to a hospital is important. My question is, if the medical treatment that was received at Kaiser Permanente Hospital, if it has any relation,
Okay, y'all, I get what he's saying. If most of you, I'm sure, have been to the doctor before. When you go to the doctor, regardless if you're the doctors are going to ask you these things. They're going to ask you about anxiety, depression. They're going to ask you all of these things. And what he's saying is, when she went to the doctor, she didn't bring this up at all. Not one time.
to medical treatment received by Imani Ellis related to this incident that occurred on February 24th, 2018. Was it?
For my purposes, yes.
So are you telling us that Miss Imani Ellis went to the hospital in 2022 and 2023 because of injuries related to this incident? Is that what you're testifying to, doctor?
No.
I understand what you're saying. What you are telling us is you used some of the medical records from Kaiser Permanente Hospital to formulate some of your opinions in this case. Is that true?
Who said that?
Maybe
Yes,
I'm
sir.
wrong. Okay, that's true.
Yes, thank you.
And
Yes, Terry.
you use that for your
Wait,
different
honey.
type of studies or MMPI studies and all types of different testing that you did, correct?
Objection, very ambiguous.
Over 5. Sustained.
Yeah, this lawyer is.
But just so we're clear, the actual treatment didn't have to do with assault and battery or a physical injury. Is that correct?
Objection, very
This
ambiguous.
has been asked and answered several times.
All right, and then I want some clarity on the other four
Oh,
documents.
he's been
The
yelling all day.
psychological. Well, let me ask you this: as a psychiatrist, do you believe that psychological care with no medication is a respected medicine?
As a general principle, yes.
Have you referred your own patients to receive psychological care?
Oh, innumerable times, yes.
And whether it's a PsyD or PhD or some other type of psychologist that's licensed, you agree that patients can receive medical care from those types of professionals and actually benefit from that type of care. You agree?
Well, it's not medical care, but I do agree that they can receive very helpful, effective
Where
mental
is he
health care.
going?
So are you saying mental health care is not medical care?
Objection, dismissed.
Hey, Laura.
Over.
In general, unless it's a psychiatrist, mental health care is much broader and refers to non-medical healthcare providers, psychologists, LMFT, social workers.
Do you believe that patients benefit from mental health treatment with no medication?
Over.
For the appropriate indication, yes, sir.
And how does it help if they go to a psychologist and they talk about their problems from your perspective, you're a psychiatrist. You are the man who would know. So when a
Oh, he
patient
gets
goes
on
to
my
a
nerves.
psychologist
Hey, Gina.
and they talk about their problems,
Oh.
they explain their problems, why does that help the patient? Why?
Objection made.
I don't know what.
What is
I
he
don't know what's
doing?
relevant. So if you can establish some foundations to why we're talking about other patients.
Did Amani Ellis receive psychological treatment in this case, based on your review of the medical records and medical bills, from 2 different psychologists? True?
Yes.
And from your review of the medical records, she went to 7 treatments with
Lex, he gets on
Nicole
my
McKenzie
nerves.
and other doctors from her office. Is that true?
Objection beyond the scope of this expert's designation.
Overruled.
That sounds.
Let me tell you what he did that got on my nerves. When he's arguing with the judge or, trying to get his way, he always says, well, you let them do it. Why can't I? Judge, what I'm asking is no different from what they did. Like, it's just so annoying. Make your argument, stand on it. Always trying to say you let them do it. We sat through a Ken Reed trial, and not one time did we hear those attorneys say, well, you let the prosecution do it. Why won't you let us do it? Maybe civil court is different, but he is annoying.
All right, sir. Yes.
And she went to Dr. Avila, another psychologist. She went to his office and got treatment from other providers that were under him for a total of 12 treatments, correct?
Objection beyond the scope of this expert's
Overruled.
That sounds about right. Yes, sir.
And those 2 psychologists, setting aside this case, is there any reason why you as a professional would not refer a patient to these 2 psychologists?
Objection.
I withdraw the question. If we were to talk about, do you remember at the time of your deposition, you said to me that you testified under oath that you worked alongside.
Brianna, he did. And if y'all want to go back and watch it, she was really quick. We can go back and watch it. She basically says that she heard some arguing outside. She stepped out. Now, she said Cardi was backed into a corner and the girl, and Imani was in front of her. She immediately got in between them. She did say she was demonstrating like this, like maybe both of them were doing this to each other. And she also said that she looked at Imani and was like, what are you doing? Like, go to your post, because she was security. And she said she actually got scratched on her forehead and it was bleeding as well. They asked who she thought did it. She said, Cardi was behind me, kind of like my chair is. And she said, Cardi is behind me. It had to have been Imani. So sounds like she might need to sue Imani too. But she basically said that the next day, her manager, Cardi was a VIP client. They shut the office down for her. So of course, the doctor was upset that this security guard behaved this way. So they reported it to the building administration the very next day. So hence you see Imani sending that email 2 days after. And she did say Imani had her phone in her hand. Imani was calling her all types of bitches. And she said, and here's what I love too. She said they both were cursing. They both were loud and they both were upset and emotional after everything happened. But in my opinion, Imani was wrong. And she said that the doctor was upset because Cardi's privacy had been invaded upon. So, yeah.
Dr. Mulliken in cases before. True? About 10 times?
Overruled.
Well, when you say alongside, I've been on the same side and on the opposite side in several legal cases, not like next to him in surgery.
I understand. But you worked alongside him, meaning you've worked on the same cases in about 10 different times, correct? That was your testimony.
Yes, I don't know if it's 10 on the same side or 10 in total on both sides, but happy to accept whatever you say.
Right. And you're affiliated with UCLA?
Not anymore. I was a professor for 16 years, but not anymore.
Okay. And Dr. Mulliken is also affiliated with UCLA? Is that how you know him?
I don't know if he's currently affiliated with UCLA or not, sir. He certainly has excellent qualifications.
Right. You said that at your deposition. Your words were, he has very impressive credentials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but you could be wanted.
Do you know Dr. Mulliken to be a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Rejection, speculation, on this expert designation.
At your deposition, you stated that you cannot say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
What does malingering mean?
Well, yeah, sure. I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you meant that or what I meant by saying I couldn't diagnose it.
Why don't we start with what does malingering mean?
So malingering is an official diagnosis of the American Psychiatric Association. It's not a disorder, but it's a diagnosis, which refers to a pattern of intentional exaggeration, fabrication, or other manipulation in a legal context for secondary gain. For example, in a criminal case, it could be trying to appear psychotic to avoid criminal punishment. In litigation like this, typically for monetary gain.
And you testified at the deposition that you cannot say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember saying that?
Ms. Ellis, absolutely, I did say that, sir.
Do you remember meeting Miss Ellis? Do you remember the encounter?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Miss Ellis that you were sorry about what she went through? Did you tell her that?
Yes, based upon her description, I told her I was sorry what she had been through, and it was a pleasure to meet her.
And the testing that you did was in 2023, 5 years later?
Yes,
Who
sir.
thought that?
Would it have been beneficial to have done your testing and interview and all the different things shortly after this incident?
I think that would have been beneficial as well, but also doing it again later is also equally beneficial.
Okay.
Yeah, we need that to
And do you remember I asked you about discovery, if you had reviewed any discovery and you said you had not? Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually asked that the defense provide you with the discovery so you could review it and that you would then give us additional opinions. You remember testifying to that in your deposition?
Rejection is this.
I don't recall, but I know I said that if I received additional information of any type, I'd happily review it, consider it, and it could modify my opinions.
Have you received those discovery responses?
What did you want him to modify?
Do you remember also testifying at your deposition that it would be beneficial to your opinions to see Imani Ellis a second time? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And that if you saw her a second time, that it could further modify your opinions in this case.
Down.
Rejection is this.
Oh,
Potentially, yes, sir.
ain't nothing
And,
gonna change this.
Between 2018 and 2023, before you saw Imani Ellis, between that 5-year time span, her psychological or psychiatric condition could have changed, correct? She could have got better. She could have recovered, right? True?
I'm sorry, between 18 and 23?
Yes.
That's certainly a possibility.
Okay. And when she saw Dr. McKenzie for 7 visits and other doctors that work in Dr. McKenzie's office, those 7 visits, you said that psychological care helps. Maybe it helped her.
Oh, God.
Possible, correct?
Assistant.
Do you believe that Miss Imani Ellis benefited from the psychological care she received
Oh,
from Dr. McKenzie?
God.
Yes or no?
Call for speculation.
Assistant.
And she also received, from your review of the medical records, 12 visits from Dr. Avila's office and staff, correct? You testified to that. So would you agree that 7 plus 12 is 19 visits of psychological care? True?
Yes, I feel very
19 visits over 7 years. Lawyers, hang it up.
very confident in that, yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. When you refer your patients out for psychological treatment, do you usually give a limit on the course of care, or maybe 5 visits, 10 visits, 12 visits, or you just refer them out to psychological providers?
I'm usually quite precise, but it also depends on the type of psychological care or psychotherapy. Some are time limited, but on purpose. Others go on over the course of somebody's lifetime.
All right, Council, why don't we focus on what is opinion time?
Right, bye. You make my nerves bad. Hey, Savannah, when I say you make my nerves bad,
Okay. Also,
just recent.
we talked about the distinction in your deposition between factual opinion and psychiatric opinion. And you said that you cannot say what did or did not occur in the incident. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So basically what that means, just to break it down,
Yeah, he
is
gets on my nerves.
you don't know how this incident occurred. Is that fair?
Outside of a psychiatric context, that's correct. Factually, it's none of my business to determine what happened.
Okay. And is it true that you don't know if Miss Imani Ellis was assaulted and battered by Cardi B? You just don't know, correct?
Factually, that's correct, sir.
And you also don't know if Imani Ellis was cut on her face by Cardi B. You don't know that, correct?
Objection beyond the scope of this access.
Assisting.
Like when I tell you, he gets so many objections to say. He just be up there asking anything.
Have you ever spoken with Cardi B at all during the course of this case?
No, sir. I've never spoken to her or had any other type of communication with her.
Would it have been beneficial for you to hear Cardi B's version of what happened in this case? Would that help you in your
He must be crying.
I'd certainly be happy to weigh that and give it consideration, but my focus was
Is he
on
money?
emotional injuries of the plaintiff, Ms. Ellis, not on an evaluation of Cardi B.
Understood, but would it have been beneficial to at least hear her version of what occurred in the case? Would that help you?
How's that gonna affect
I
your
would throw
money?
out. Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
It's a
Good.
privilege to see you again, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, redirect.
Oh,
Just a few questions.
he works my nerves. I'm so happy he sit down.
You testified earlier
Hey,
as to your
Tracy.
understanding of the facts of this case. Could you please explain what sources that's based on?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I'm
sir.
sorry. You testified earlier as to your understanding of the facts of this case. Could you please explain what sources your understanding is based on?
Yes, so it's based upon my review of Ms. Ellis's deposition, the available medical and mental health records I reviewed. Again, the understanding, several of them I haven't reviewed recently. It's also based upon my detailed audio recorded several-hour interview with Ms. Ellis. And again, in the course of doing my interview, I accept hypothetically at face value that what she's telling me is correct. And then later I form my opinions, which may include opinions regarding symptom validity. But it's not my role to make a factual determination.
And all of those sources that you've reviewed, the facts come from Ms. Ellis or statements that Ms. Ellis made. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that make sense to you that you would rely on Ms. Ellis's own statements in forming a diagnosis or lack of diagnosis as to Ms. Ellis?
Objection outside the scope.
Over.
Well, if it was a patient care setting,
I'm gonna tell y'all what pisses me off. He only said objection outside the scope because they did it to him so many times. He just keeps doing this and he really pissing me off.
typically rely only on what the patient tells you and accept at face value that the person's there for help. In a legal context, it's not appropriate for me to accept what somebody says at face value without corroborating it against psychological testing and available records.
You testified that you did not formally diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering. What does a formal diagnosis of malingering require, and why did you not? Scratch that. Why did you not diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering?
Because although Ms. Ellis meets the fundamental criteria from psychiatric standpoint of gross symptom exaggeration or outright fabrication and a pattern of inconsistencies across information, she's had so many traumas in her life.
Wait, I Googled malingering disorder, y'all. Malingering is the intentional fabrication or exaggeration of physical or psychological symptoms for personal gain, such as avoiding work or obtaining medication. Outright, that means she's just lying. Oh,
both growing up and other losses and traumas around 2018.
She's a
that
liar,
I can't rule out that she has some sort of emotional problems at a mild level, but they just wouldn't be related to this case.
Oh my God.
You evaluated Miss Ellis 5 years after the incident, according to Miss Ellis.
Yes.
Right. In your professional opinion, what is the likelihood that Miss Ellis would not present with any emotional or psychological injuries up to that date that would be related to the incident, but then after this date would suddenly develop emotional or psychological injuries related to that incident?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, unintelligible. Now.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Over.
It makes no reasonable sense, and there's no significant likelihood that that would be the case from a medical standpoint. Again, the incident itself, taken at face value, constitutes a situational stressor, a stressful interpersonal interaction.
That date that would be related to the incident, but then after this date would suddenly develop emotional or psychological injuries related to that incident.
Objection, vague and ambiguous, unintelligible. Now.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Over.
It makes no reasonable sense, and there's no significant likelihood that that would be the case from a medical standpoint. Again, the incident itself, taken at face value, constitutes a situational stressor, a stressful interpersonal interaction. It certainly does not constitute a trauma, as I've discussed. And for somebody to not have a psychiatric disorder and emotional injury for 5 years thereafter, but have significant evidence of symptom manipulation, and also to have the resilience to, by her own accord, report not have psychiatric problems from all the real traumas she has had in her life at other times. It makes no sense that she would suddenly develop it at this point.
It does not. 24 million.
Thank you.
Who else for 24 million? Hi, Aaron. 24 million?
Nothing further. Thank you.
I think response.
I knew he was going to get his ass up to it.
For any type of other types of injuries that you brought up, someone was shot at school, a family member got sick, all these other things that you brought up, where did you obtain that information?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Over.
And also outside I've thought it.
Sustained.
Oh, I know he's pissed. Oh, I know he's pissed right now.
Did you see any other psychological records or bills related to Imani Ellis prior to this incident?
Outside the scope.
Sustained.
You generated a report, correct, on November 22nd of 24?
Objection, outside the scope.
Sustained.
What is wrong with him?
So basically one line of questioning related to whether or not your client had other onset of symptoms. I think in the middle.
Bro, do y'all know how embarrassing it has to be for the judge to say, listen, this is what you can ask. Nothing more, nothing less. But this. The judge has been holding his hand the whole trial. Look at the lawyers.
When you said, when counsel just asked you some questions about inconsistencies and malingering, you said there were inconsistencies. Where were there these inconsistencies? Was it the time when you interviewed her one time, or was it in the medical records?
Objection outside the scope.
Over.
As I had tried to explain, it was a combination of my review of the records, psychological testing, and my interview, comparing those as well as intrinsic validity issues within some of those sources.
Which medical record shows an inconsistency? Which one?
The extremely important Kaiser medical records.
What does the Kaiser medical record say that's inconsistent?
That, in again, April 2022, she went for complete history and physical.
Yeah.
She specifically denied any kind of mental health issues, specifically denied anxiety, sleep problems, had no reported mental health problems,
That's
no request for
important.
care. Same thing in November 2022 with Dr. Ahmad. And then in April 2023, when she went in for her hand pain with the nurse practitioner, they also did a review of systems and asked her about symptoms across the board, which is typical for Kaiser. Absolutely no emotional problems whatsoever, no request for mental health assistance.
Okay. So are you telling us that when Imani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente on the date of
I didn't get what her
November
lawyer
29,
is
22, respectfully, when she went there for vaginal discharge, she should have told that doctor.
What the hell? Oh my God. Why? Why would he? Y'all, Barchi looking up like, what the hell wrong with you? Why would he say that shit on national TV? Now, there are several reasons she could have a vaginal discharge, but I can bet money she did not want this man to say on national TV, while you trying to be funny, while you're trying to be funny, you put your client's business out there. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would he say that shit? Like what he's trying to get at. First of all, let me say this. He's a lawyer, okay? I don't care if I go to the doctor for an ear infection. If they asked me, are you having any issues? Guess what? I'm not through my depression yet. I'm going to tell them. Sometimes I still have anxiety at night. These situations may bring anxiety, okay? Like I'm going to say it. So just because it's for vaginal discharge does not mean you get to not answer those questions. Are you dumb? Bro, she need to fire his ass right now.
That she had psychological issues. Is that what you're saying, doctor?
I can't believe he did.
Objection to be honest.
Yes or no?
Over.
It was a different entry. I'm not talking
That's
about
not
that
what
entry.
I'm asking, doctor. Again, should I repeat what I said, or can you just
I don't
answer
think
the
he said he
question?
based his opinion on that record, counsel.
You reviewed this record, Kaiser Permanente, correct? You reviewed it. You just testified about it. 161 pages of records. And you said that these records show inconsistencies. And now my question is, are you telling me that my client went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge on November 29th of 22, and at that visit, she's supposed to tell the doctor that she has psychological problems? Is that your testimony, doctor?
Objection. Argumentative.
Listening.
Are you telling us that every time someone sees a doctor, medical doctor for a cough, sees a dentist for their broken tooth?
Has he not? It's not a dentist. Like, have you not been to a freaking doctor's office? They ask you these questions. They're on your checkout forms. Like, yes, they gonna ask her. What are you saying?
She's a podiatrist for the broken toe. They have to each time.
And since they already calling me messy, I ain't gonna even do no video about that man saying, maybe I can't say, no, I ain't gonna even do no video about it because that's messy.
Tell the doctor, I have
can't
an emotional
believe he
injury.
did
I
this.
have a psychological injury to that medical doctor. Is that what you mean?
Run the short his
Objection
head.
remanded.
Sustained.
What do you mean by inconsistencies in the Kaiser records? Tell us in your own words.
Well, I just mentioned this example, 3 key entries where she went. 2 of them were for history and physical, like general checkups, where everything was covered.
Show me in the book. Show me in the book. Blue book.
Okay, why don't you let him finish the answer before you ask him the next question?
Yes.
Well,
So,
he is just, he's getting over
Your Honor,
his
thank you.
head.
So again, one was April
No.
2022, Dr. King. The next was
Leave it on
November
his.
2022, Dr.
But
Muhammad.
I want
The next was
what it was.
nurse practitioner Leon, April 2023, where these are records where, for Kaiser electronic medical records, they asked about other types of conditions, and there were no complaints at all from her that she had a mental health problem or was asking for any kind of care, despite these profound elevations on her psych testing. And in that first one with Dr. King, April 2022, she actually specifically denied problems with insomnia or anxiety, which covers a significant aspect of her symptoms.
Doctor, my request is you show me these 161 pages where it says what you're saying so that I can confirm so myself. It's in front of you in the blue book under Exhibit 212. You're more than welcome to look at it and show it.
Objection,
Let me know the truth.
objection, Your Honor.
I withdraw the question. Let's go to another issue, Doctor. So, if
Well, this man has
the
lost.
plaintiff's emotional injury
Yates, he is losing it.
before she went to Kaiser, would you agree that there would be
Oh.
no inconsistency because the psychological injury
Y'all got the
ended
hell. I
prior
got
to that
the
medical visit? You agree with that?
Objection, speculation outside of the scope of the hearing.
It makes no reasonable sense. It's not possible.
Why is it not possible? Why can't she recover? She could have recovered before she went to the Kaiser. She could have recovered, couldn't she have?
Which question would you like me to answer?
Could Miss Imani Ellis have recovered in 2021 or 2022 before she went to Kaiser Hospital? Is that possible? Yes or no?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled.
Taking her symptoms at face value, it's not possible and it's contradictory.
So if in her mind, in her brain, she felt that she recovered after seeing these psychologists, why would she tell Kaiser that she has a psychological problem if she recovered?
I'm sorry, counsel. So she does an exam with him in 23?
No, Your Honor.
When did she see him?
Yes, that is.
Okay, and you're saying that she recovered prior to that, but then had the onset of symptoms when she's with him?
My question is if the plaintiff recovered in 2022 before she went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, if she had recovered, would there be any reason to tell Kaiser she has an emotional injury? Yes or no?
It makes no sense.
I understand, but if it was
Okay.
true.
All right, I think we're done here. Do you have anything else?
In 2023, when Miss Imani Ellis saw you, did she tell you she was still experiencing emotional injuries from this incident?
Yes, in both the interview and particularly the testing.
And when she told you she was suffering from emotional injuries, did she believe that you're a psychiatrist? Did she know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you disclose to Imani
Okay,
Ellis?
we're beyond the scope here. Why don't you focus on what was in the redirect?
You said there were some inconsistencies in the Kaiser records. Isn't it true that when Imani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, she went there for reasons other than psychological reasons?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
In fact, aside from, well, strike, I withdraw that question. The first doctor you said, Dr. King, that she saw, Dr. King, right?
Wasn't the first doctor she saw, but it was first of my 3 examples. That was April 2022, sir.
It's fine. When she saw Dr. King, what did she see Dr. King for?
Objection.
I think we've fully exhausted the scope of the sign-up questioning. Do you have anything else?
Aside from the inconsistencies that you reviewed, well, actually, let me ask you, the inconsistencies that you're telling us about in the record, in the Kaiser records, these are non-psychological records, correct? Not fair? I'll close with this.
Objection.
If you say yes to that, we're done.
Objection.
I just want the truth.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right. Any questions from the jury? I don't see a hand. All right. Can this witness be excused? Yes. All right, thank you. All right, folks, that's going to bring us to our afternoon break. Why don't we get back together at 3:25? In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including the jurors, or form your opinions. Any research will see you at 3:25.
Harris said she really gonna be in bed. She really gonna be traumatized now. Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. This is a shit show. Oh my, y'all, if E-Money if E-Money comes back and she's sitting at that table by herself talking about, Judge, I don't know how to do it, but can we just dismiss the case? I don't want to be here no more. I'm done. I don't want to do it no more. I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done. I just can't believe what we just saw. Yates, is that normal? And I want to say that a lot of things could be going on that could cause a vaginal discharge. I'm not saying the young lady has anything, but that's her business. That's her business. Summer, I did not play it because my biggest focus, Cardi was never my focus. I did not know Cardi was going to trial. I just started watching and then I just got into it. Donna Adelson is my primary focus. I kind of watch Cardi on and off throughout the day. So I'm just dependent on my TikTok videos, primarily for Cardi and whatever I could catch after work. But I can't watch both of them. I can't watch both of them. Yes, girl, that's it. I just can't watch both of them. Y'all, I'm sorry. Why would he do that? I don't know why he did that. It's just, oh my God. Where did she get him? First of all, his questions have been all over the place. The fact that the judge has had to reel him in several times. He's had to reel him in several times. Brashana, let me tell you what happened. The psychiatrist was on the stand. Hey, girl, the psychiatrist said that he also looked at Imani's Kaiser records, because the Kaiser records, he said, I'm looking at these questions they asked. If she was sleeping well, anxiety, depression, she never told them any of those things, right? That she suffered from any of those things. Never said it. And her attorney, Brashana, he had his hands on the table. He said, you mean to tell me if she goes to the doctor for vaginal discharge, she is supposed to tell them that she's experiencing psychological issues? Girl, he done yelled that. That girl said, never stop wearing all cotton on the coochie. He said this in open court. He didn't have to say that. None of us knew this. None of us knew anything about this lady's vagina. Nobody. And first of all, Cardi was on the stand earlier. She trying to protect people's vagina rights. Do you hear me? And that man get right on that stand and tell the whole world that his client had VD. Stephanie, I'm got to finish this video. I said I didn't know that. I don't know how this works with attorneys. I don't know how this works with attorneys. You know? Does he get in trouble? What happens? What happens? Dang, Shameen, don't you see Shameen? Okay, y'all, hold on a sec. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, y'all. Sorry. Okay, if you guys were Imani, what would you do after what we just saw? I'm like going over this in my head while I was uploading this video and just kind of wondering, like, what would I like? How would I feel if my attorney did that? There are, excuse me, it's not the people watching court right now. It's not us. It's people like me who watch and then we do TikToks about what we're seeing that get millions of views. Like, I'm not gonna, y'all know, because of my inconsistency with posting, like, because I've been watching this Cardi B trial, and I guess a lot of people not talking about it. I know I had 1 million views on my page yesterday alone. Yesterday alone, it had to have been 1 million views. Today, I mean, I'm posting videos. They're getting 75 to 80,000 views in an hour or two. So that's what you're worried about. People like, excuse me, shit, y'all, sorry. People like Megan Kunis, who posts clips of what's being said in court. And y'all know Megan. Megan's gonna post. Megan is going to post that clip. I would have held myself in contempt so I can get up out of there. I think they thought Cardi was going to settle, and she didn't. And to me, it kind of says a lot, right? Because she could have settled this case. The fact that she didn't settle, she said it on the stand. Oh, when I heard she was trying to sue me, I said, oh no, I didn't touch her. Okay. She was ready to go to court. So the fact that she's spending this money to prove her innocence says a lot. It says a lot. She's like going, she paid him damn near $40,000. Stephanie, the discharge, it's not a big deal. We're women. You can get a discharge from a lot of things. But damn it, it's my business. And if I don't want people to know it's a discharge, I don't want people to know. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not a big deal. We as women, we experience a lot of different shit with our bodies. So no, it's not the end of the world, but don't use my personal health information to try to make a point. First of all, let's talk about this, Stephanie. Let's talk about the fact he had 161 pages. He could have chose from anything. You could have chose. You could have chose when I went to the doctor for a runny nose. If the doctor is referencing Kaiser records when she was getting her annual, she was just going in there for an annual. Why the hell you didn't use that record? It was right there. He said he was in front of 161 pages. Why didn't you use that record? I don't think the issue is the discharge at all. It's the fact you trying to make a point, and this is what you chose to make your point with. And that man has to go to the doctor. He has to understand why the psychiatrist specifically pointed out that she didn't answer those questions. Right, Heather? Exactly. It's private. And here's the thing. It's not like Cardi's lawyers did it. My own lawyer did that. You know, I just feel like I think he's desperate. I don't know if you guys, Stephanie, it's not even funny. What pisses me off is the fact that he was like making this big scene and yells out, vaginal discharge. Okay, hold on, y'all. Them. Yeah, I told my Aunt Sheila. I told my Aunt Sheila what the lawyer just did. She said, "Oh my God." Yes, Aunt Sheila. He just yelled. He yelled in court. He was trying. The psychiatrist was saying that the young lady had gone to the doctor. She never ever said that she had anxiety, depression, or anything. And so the lawyer goes through the records and says, "You mean to tell me she went to court? She went to the doctor for vaginal discharge, and she's supposed to talk about her psychological information?" I said, "Oh my God, why would he do that?" Oh my God. It was nasty. It was nasty work. I don't know why he did that.
So what's she in the hook? Is she somebody suing her?
Oh, and Sheila, they said, hey.
Oh, hey.
She's talking about, oh, hey. Yes, they're suing her. She went to a doctor's appointment, and it was like they closed the office for her. When she got there, a girl who was a fan saw her and said, "Oh, that's Cardi B." Cardi says she kept walking. The young lady started following her and then started recording her. At the time, she was pregnant, and she didn't want people to know that she was pregnant. So she asked the girl, "Why are you following me?" And the girl's like, "Because I can." And then she says my bad or something. Eventually they get into it. And the girl is saying Cardi assaulted her because she scratched her with her fingernail. And she says Cardi scratched her so deep she had to go have $17,000 worth of plastic surgery. But I'm going to text you the picture of the girl face. Oh, they're back in court. I'm going to call y'all back. I'll text you the picture.
Alice case, counsel, the
All right.
attorneys are present, as are the members of our jury and alternate. And does the defense have another witness to call?
Oh, yeah, let me make sure it's the husband security.
Thank you.
Oh, God. She might, Tasha. She might. Aaron, please, because
Dr. Thank you. If I can please have you stand right next to the court reporter.
I think her stance has found my page.
Awesome. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
It's David Finke, D-A-V-I-D.
Finke.
As in Frank, I-N-K-E.
Perfect. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
I think Cardi called him Stinky too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cute, young,
Good
okay.
afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist
And where are your offices located?
in Beverly Hills at Wilshire and Lapeer.
Is that a medical building?
It is. It's the Beverly Hills Medical Building, I think.
And were you in those offices in February of 2018?
Yes.
And what floor were you on?
The 5th floor?
What floor?
5.
Oh, sorry. And were you ever affiliated with Cedars-Sinai in any way?
I completed my OBGYN residency there in 2010 and then remained on staff. I'm not employed by Cedars, but I'm affiliated.
Me too.
I admit all of my patients to that hospital.
Okay.
Yes, baby.
On the 5th floor of this building in 2018, were there cameras in the hallways outside your office?
No.
And did your office sometimes make special arrangements for celebrity clients for privacy or security purposes?
We do.
And in 2018, did you have an open, well, should I put this, an open office on Saturdays? Did you work on Saturdays?
I worked Saturday office hours for about half a day for around 10 years.
To your knowledge, did anyone else in that building have Saturday office hours?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
In February 2018, did that building have a building office?
Yes.
And what floor was that on, if you know?
4.
Okay. And did the building have a receptionist?
Not a receptionist.
Okay. Do you recall an incident in February 2018 where there was an argument with a security guard?
Yes.
Okay. And is that security guard in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point her out, please?
Miss Ellis?
Thank you. How did you learn of the incident?
I was in my office, in my office's office, and then heard a lot of yelling. So I immediately got up, ran down the hall, and went out into the hallway.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened next?
Yes.
Any particular reason that you have that clear memory?
It's never happened before.
Mm.
Okay. And what did you do after you ran down the hall towards the yelling?
As soon as I got into the hallway and realized what was going on, my receptionist was between the plaintiff and the defendant. And there was a lot of yelling, a lot of finger pointing. And at one point, my receptionist was struck, not hard, but I remember it was like on the shoulder kind of thing. I think it was her right shoulder. And there was a phone in the security guard's hand, and the phone kept going back from the ear to point and then back to the ear. And at one point, kind of both hands were kind of flailing, but not closed fists or anything like that. More swatting.
Did your receptionist show you a cut on her forward afterwards?
I believe so. Very minor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
He said it was
what is the receptionist's name? The woman who was between Ms. Ellis and Cardi B?
Tiara.
So you see all that. You've gone out and I'm sorry. Where was this? Was this in your office or in the hallway?
The main hallway of the 5th floor, just right outside the elevator.
Okay. And you hear yelling. You open the door. You see what you've described. What happened next? Let me ask. What did you do next?
We tried to de-escalate the situation, separate the two, and get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
He was.
Do you remember anything that you said in trying to de-escalate?
I remember repeatedly, I was trying to match sort of with body, language, the intensity of it to get across the point that this was not okay. And this is your job.
And who did you address that to?
Ms. Ellis.
Okay. And did she say anything in response?
I don't remember. There was a lot of name calling going back and forth between the two and threats, that type of thing. But my primary objective was to get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
And how did you accomplish that?
Repeating myself over and over and over. And I can't remember if I was holding the elevator door open or I've been trying to think about that. I have no idea. I remember pushing the button if it wasn't.
Well, they
but
never
just
made
trying to
it
get the elevator
far
there
from the
and
elevator,
get
sounds like.
Ms. Ellis back on it.
Did you come between your receptionist and Cardi B, between them on the one hand and Miss Ellis?
I think to the side.
Okay. What did you tell her to try and get her to move into the elevator?
To stop and to do your job.
Did you say that repeatedly?
Yes.
Did you say it in a loud voice?
Yes.
And what was she doing when you were saying these things?
Yelling and pointing. I think at that point, there was enough distance between the parties that there was no longer, any gestures that could be construed as violent.
Okay. And at that point, had the Cardi B and the receptionist gone back into the office, into your office?
Yes. As soon as Miss Ellis stepped back on the elevator, Cardi and Tiara were headed back into my office.
At any point, were you face to face with Miss Ellis?
Yes.
And can you estimate how close you were?
It was close proximity.
Okay.
Within a foot.
Okay, within a foot of her face.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
Sorry. Did you see on her face any scratches?
No.
Did you see on her face any cuts?
None.
Did you see on her face any blood?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face that day?
None.
And did you see spit or spittle or any other fluid on her, anywhere on her?
No.
During the course of this, did you hear Ms. Ellis say something to the effect, and I apologize, I will fuck your shit up?
Yes.
At any time, did you see Cardi B spit on plaintiff?
No.
Did you see her spit on anyone?
No.
Did you see Cardi B take a swing at plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B hit plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B scratch or cut plaintiff with her fingernails?
No.
Did you see Cardi B threaten to get plaintiff fired?
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call plaintiff the N-word? And by that, I mean the whole Nigger.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call plaintiff fat or poor?
No.
Did you ever see, did you see plaintiff, I take it you saw plaintiff hit your receptionist, is that correct?
Yes.
At her deposition, plaintiff testified that she was, quote, just.
Y'all, he said he saw Imani hit his assistant. I mean, his receptionist. She said she didn't know who did it. She couldn't tell you. He said he saw it.
Focused on getting downstairs, close quote. Is that consistent with what you saw?
No.
Okay. And why is it not consistent with what you saw?
It took me, I would have guessed 30 to 45 seconds to get her to get back on the elevator.
After you got plaintiff in the elevator, what did you do next?
Went back into my office.
And did you examine Cardi
I saw her that day, yes.
in a patient room?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have 3-inch nails on her fingernails? Fingers that day?
No.
Okay. And how is it that you know that?
I make a point of looking at people's fingernails. I have no idea why. It sort of lightens the room when you're doing an exam, when you're about to do a pap smear, to say, oh, that's a really cool color. Where'd you get it?
Okay.
I can kind of tell all of the nail trends in the city because it's bizarre that once you see one type of nail polish, then that next 2 months, everyone has it. And it would have just stuck out to me.
To your knowledge, did Cardi B complain to the building about plaintiff's conduct?
No.
Did you take steps to make the building aware of plaintiff's conduct?
Yes.
And what steps did you take?
I called our practice administrator that day, and given what I had witnessed of the conduct of our security guard when I was out there, I said she needs to go. Then my administrator on Monday morning, I think took Tiara down and made a statement for the building, and then the building proceeded to do what they did.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you.
All right, cross-examine.
So Cardi didn't get her fired. He did. He did.
Good afternoon.
You're at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Yes.
Are you aware that I'm across the street from your office at 9025 Wilshire Boulevard?
Nope.
When I approached you outside and I wanted to speak with you, isn't it true that you were unwilling to speak with me? Is that
Yeah, because
correct?
your client got shit.
Yes.
Okay. And when the defense wanted to speak with you, you did talk to them, correct?
Yes.
You even prepared a declaration, and you
They don't want to
gave
talk to
them
you because of
permission
big
to
money.
sign it on your behalf.
Yes.
And you are here because you want to testify in favor of your patient, correct?
I'm here because I'm one of 4 people who were in the hallway that day.
Right.
And I'm here to tell you what I saw.
And you've been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm just flabbergasted by the allegations.
Ooh,
Sure.
not
that don't
flabbergasted.
seem congruent with what I saw that day.
On how many occasions did you speak with the attorneys from the defense
In person or over the phone?
combined?
In person once, twice, including today. Over the phone 3 times.
What did you talk about that was so important 3 different times?
Oh, God.
They wanted to know what I knew. They wanted to see if they could get a hold of Tiara, who no longer works at our practice. That's the nuts and bolts.
Okay. You are a licensed gynecologist in the state
Hang
of
it up.
California since 2007.
Hang it up, boo.
Yeah.
Lynn, I can't stand them.
In your field, your specialty deals with below the waist, correct?
Yes.
What is the reason you would think to look at Imani Ellis's face when you have two people that are yelling at each other with someone in between? Was there a reason that you were specifically at that time looking at Imani Ellis's face to tell us whether there was a scar, a cut, or anything to her face?
When at that moment, she was closer to the elevator. There probably was about 3-4 feet between the two. And I got between her and them. And the elevator was directly behind her. So I was making direct eye contact to try to be as assertive as I could.
Okay. Isn't it true that you don't remember what you ate a week ago? Fair?
Objection. No.
Assisting.
This incident happened 2,741 days ago, 7.5 years ago. Do you agree?
Correct.
In those 7.5 years, did you take any notes of what happened on the day of the incident?
I did not.
Okay. So everything you're telling us right now, from 7.5 years ago, is from your memory of what occurred, correct? And having all these conversations with defense counsel maybe help refresh your recollection, correct?
No.
No?
The majority of solidifying it in my brain over all these years is partially because the people who were involved in it, who were there that day in my office, would recount the story from time to time. And it was a very vivid memory and interaction.
When you got there, Tierra Malcolm, your receptionist, was already outside, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that Tierra Malcolm and even Cardi B have testified that for 40 to 50 seconds, you and Tierra Malcolm were not there? Are you aware of that?
Objection is there because it's the testimony.
I would guess it was shorter than that, but if their recollection is 40 to 50 seconds, I mean, as long as it takes me
Thank
to
you,
go
Miss Sheila.
down the hallway and out into the hall, the type of yelling that was taking place was alarming, and so it was like, get there right away. I can't give you an exact time frame, but it wasn't more than 40 to 50 seconds.
Fine. And aside from Cardi B, do you service other celebrities?
I do.
Many different ones?
Over the years.
And it's your impression, strike that. It's important to you to
He was going to say something stupid.
help Cardi B in this case so you can continue to receive celebrity clients, correct?
It's very important for me to tell what happened that day and to ensure that anybody coming to my office, celebrity or not, doesn't have that type of experience.
Understood. But you had not gotten there until after many things occurred between the two of them, correct?
Objection, most speculation. Explanation.
Assisting.
Earlier, you testified that you saw Imani Ellis hit your receptionist.
Yes.
You remember seeing that?
Yes.
How come your receptionist didn't say that?
Objection.
Assisting.
Are you aware that your receptionist who was facing Imani Ellis did not say that?
She said she didn't know.
Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Did your receptionist ever tell you that Imani Ellis hit her?
Yes, in the recollection of everything back and forth, and then she had a thing on her forehead.
Right.
It was very apparent to me that no hits landed on anybody else except for her.
Okay.
My reception.
Look at his
And your
eyes, Aaron. Now I can't stop looking.
Specifically told you that Imani Ellis hit her, correct?
I saw it.
Hey,
I
Kiara.
understand. But did your
I
receptionist
don't know
tell
that
you?
she remembered it. I mean, I don't. Everyone's adrenaline was kind of elevated. And once, we kind of recounted, there's some background as well. We had an attorney visited our office a few times in the weeks after the incident, inquiring what happened and various things, leaving a business card. So we talked about it a lot. And I think we both concluded that the only one who was smacked was her.
Did that receptionist make any type of claim against Miss Imani Ellis?
No.
Why not?
Objection calls for speculation.
In your declaration, you state that on one occasion, plaintiff's counsel left a business card. I'm the plaintiff's counsel. Did I leave a business card in your office? Do you know? I withdraw the question.
Oh my
Do
God,
you
here
know
he
if
go
I
again.
left a business card in your office?
Objection calls for speculation.
You personally, I do not. It was a male,
Yes, please.
dark hair, darker beard. And a different receptionist got the business card, who wasn't working that particular Saturday. And I think at one point I came out on a different occasion when this person was came to the
Shannon, he's
checkout
just
desk,
angry.
not the check-in desk, on a different date. And I said, you need to leave.
Okay. The declaration that you signed yesterday, have you read it?
It was read to me.
Okay. Can you look at the photograph in front of you?
Could you identify it to counsel, please?
Sure. Do you see the photograph?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exhibit number, but it's a photograph of Cardi B from 2018.
Your Honor, it's exhibit 232.
thank you.
Okay. For the record, exhibit 232. Do you see the photograph?
I do.
Are you aware that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2024, which was
Why would he know this?
before the incident? Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know when this photograph was taken?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, but it probably was around the time of the incident, I would guess.
And if you look at the fingernails, since you're a fingernail man, if you look at these fingernails in the photograph, and sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude, I'm just making a joke. If you don't. The fingernails that are in this picture, are these the same fingernails that Cardi B was wearing
Oh, this is a good question.
when she entered your office on the date of the incident?
I think so.
Oh God, they are busted.
Are you sure?
I didn't memorize them, but I know that they weren't 3-inch long with a spear at the end.
But you're not sure if these are the same fingernails, correct?
I believe they are.
Was Cardi B's hair this way when she came to your office, the same way in this photograph here?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was Cardi B dressed this way when she appeared in your office?
Objection, relevance. Okay,
Robert, what is he doing? He is. I think that's why he's mad, Lex.
When you came out into the hallway, did you hear Cardi B yelling profanities at Miss Ellis?
Yes.
What were some of the words without going into detail? The F word?
F's and B's and all of it.
So both sides were yelling at each other?
It was an epic yelling match.
Okay.
I love it.
And when you heard this epic yelling match, it was so loud that you heard it while you were inside of your office. Is that correct?
There's an additional hallway in between the main hallway and the office I was sitting in. And all the way at the south side of the building. Yes, took a lot of energy for me to hear it.
When you walked out of your office, you didn't know what areas of the body Miss Imani Ellis was claiming injuries to at the time, correct?
Objection.
I withdraw.
I'm just asking a fact question.
Do you know what areas of the body Imani Ellis, what areas of her body were injured at the time of the incident?
Objection, argumentative, lacks foundation, contrary to all the evidence in the case.
Damn, he got a
Did you have
million
a reason
objections.
to focus on any part of Imani Ellis's body when you came out?
No.
So, in your state of mind when you walked out, you heard lots of screaming, 3 different women doing something, and you were focused at the whole thing, weren't you?
Yes, that was before I asked her to leave multiple times,
Of course.
but face to face.
Right. But when you did come out, you saw 3 different women and your receptionist in between Cardi B and Imani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And when you were facing that, your focus was not only at Imani Ellis, it was at everybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a lot of commotion and yelling and screaming and excitement at that very moment, right?
Correct.
And for how many seconds when you first
Or he
arrived,
works my
for
nerve.
how much time passed before Imani Ellis went away?
It seemed like a long time. It probably was 45 seconds.
So in those 45 seconds, did you have a chance to examine Miss Imani Ellis?
I didn't examine her, I looked at her.
Okay. Did you specifically look at her face for some reason?
I was looking directly at her face for at least 20 seconds or so,
Okay.
repeating myself over and over and over.
Right. And when you were doing that, you weren't looking for a scar, were you? Or a
But
cut
you
or
could
any
see
kind
it
of
if he's looking at her
damage to her
face.
face.
Objection, asked that.
Fair?
Sustained.
Do you have any experience in plastic surgery?
Objection, development.
Over.
You may answer that.
Define plastic surgery.
You're the doctor.
I do cosmetic procedures on the vagina, the vulva, and I also do microneedling with radiofrequency procedures, CO2 laser ablation of things. I don't do the face.
Understood. So, if there was any damage to Miss Imani Ellis's face, if there was any kind of injury to it, would you have known?
I would assume I would see blood or a big scrape or some physical damage.
And when you were out there and you were between the 3 of them, the 3 women, when you were there, and in those 45 seconds, did you see the cut to your receptionist's face at that time, not later?
No,
You didn't see it.
I never looked directly at her until we were back in the office.
But at that time, it was there, right? During the 45 seconds, it had already.
Well, sometimes little scratches like that might not show up for a little bit.
What's a little bit?
Well, if I just scratch my hand like this, I might see it out in the sun, 10 minutes later
Yeah, why is he doing
from
this?
just erythema.
Okay. So if Imani Ellis got a scratch, she could also develop it 10 minutes later. Fair? You just testified to that. Isn't that true?
Counsel said tell us what he testified to, but.
So sick of him.
All right, why don't we ask what this witness knows about the incident?
They gonna clown him at the next family barbecue. The next, well, he in LA. They gonna
When
clown him
you
at the
spoke
next
to
family dinner.
defense counsel 3 times, which attorney was it? Was it Mr. Anderson or Mr. Lamb or Ms. Moore?
Over the phone, Miss Moore.
Every time?
Probably, yes.
And for you to come down here and testify, you had to at least cancel half the day of your work, correct?
I canceled my whole afternoon on a day's notice.
Are you getting paid to be here?
No.
I think he thought he would.
Why are you testifying if you're not being paid? Were you subpoenaed?
I was not.
So you came voluntarily.
I did.
And they believed that you would appear here today in court with no subpoena. That's how confident they were that you were here to help them, correct?
Why are you mad?
Any other questions?
When Cardi B came into your office after the incident, what did she tell you?
I apologized. She was more calm than I thought she would be. She didn't complain about the incident or to me afterwards, which I was kind of surprised about as well. I would have been upset if I were the client. And then we proceeded to help her with what she came in for.
Could it be that she didn't apologize because she was the one that assaulted him?
Oh, bro.
Did you
How
have,
about stopping with the could it be's and just ask him what happened, what you saw, what you heard?
Y'all, this is literally about the 10th time the judge has had to teach him how to lawyer. That man said, how about, hey, Nurse K, how about we stop with the could it be's?
Heard what he smelled?
yes, Your Honor.
This is embarrassing. I like him too pretty.
Can you
He's
look
trying to be
at,
nice.
The photograph again? The one that you have in front of you, exhibit 231 or 232? This one. In the photograph, you will see fingernails with some rhinestones on top of them. Do you remember seeing rhinestones on Cardi B's fingernails when she came into your office on the date of the incident?
Objection as characterized as the evidence in the photograph.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, they were decorative. She was not made up. She was in plain clothing, but the nails were done.
And those rhinestones, were they sharp and pointy?
I think rhinestones in general have rough edges.
And they're sharp and pointy and with rough
But
edges?
he's a man.
On the back, on the front side of the nail, on the top of the nail, they look like they project.
And
He is
I
not
see
a
that you're
nail
wearing glasses. Do you wear them? Were you wearing your glasses at the time of the incident?
I'm 99% sure I wasn't, because up until a couple of years ago, I just wore contacts.
Were you wearing contacts at the time of the incident?
Yes.
So there was no vision issues.
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
all right, Leroy.
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. I guess I'll do it from here. Doctor, you said that you were one of 4 people in the hallway. So that's you, Cardi B, Miss Malcolm, and the plaintiff.
Correct.
Was there anyone else in the hallway?
No.
Is it correct? Counsel asked you about cuts bleeding. Do cuts and scratches tend to bleed more if they're on the face than if they're on some other part of the body?
Objection calls for expert opinion outside the scope of this witness.
Oh,
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is there a difference in the tendency to bleed if the cut or scratch is on your forehead or cheek than if it's on another part of your body?
The head face is generally, has greater blood flow,
Okay.
smaller blood vessels.
As a fingernail guy,
He said my best one.
have you seen fingernails where the rhinestones are flat? They're actually just little inserts. They look like rhinestones, but they're flat.
Objection calls for speculation.
over.
I have
He
seen
be trying.
objects put into. I would guess it's an acrylic nail, and somewhat buried. I have seen that.
Do you have any recollection now, 7.5 years later, whether the rhinestones in that photograph and on Cardi's fingernails were actually 3-dimensional or were flat?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
Over.
No recollection.
He be trying, bro. He be trying.
1 second.
He be trying, y'all. They knock him down every time.
No further questions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, recross.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury? All right, this witness be excused.
Thank you.
Is that
All right,
it?
thank you, Doctor. All right, does the defense have any more witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, does plaintiff rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, that concludes the presentation of evidence.
Well, what do y'all think?
We have some work to do on jury instructions, but there's a number of jury instructions that I can read now. So rather than do those on Tuesday, I'm going to read the set of jury instructions. There will be additional jury instructions read on Tuesday. The order in which I read these instructions is not important. So to the extent that I read some today and some on Tuesday, pay no attention to the fact that they are given at different times. Does not mean that any have any more significant meaning than any of the others. And the parties have stipulated that the jury instructions do not need to be recorded by the court reporter,
because I guess they break it.
Doing so. All right, and again, I'll read these quickly. They'll be available to you in the jury room. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence and will hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. It is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. You must follow these instructions as well as those that I previously gave you. You have a copy of my instructions with you when you go to the jury room to deliberate. You must decide what the facts are. You must consider all the evidence and then decide what you think happened. You must decide the facts based on the evidence admitted in this trial. Do not allow anything that happens outside this courtroom to affect your decision. Do not talk about this case or the people involved in it with anyone, including family and persons living in your household, friends and coworkers, spiritual leaders, advisors, or therapists. Do not do any research on your own or as a group. Do not use dictionaries or other reference materials. These prohibitions on communications and research extend to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic device or media such as a cell phone, smartphone, PDA, computer, tablet, device, the internet. Any internet service, any text or instant messaging service, any internet chat room, blog, or website, including social networking websites, online diaries, to send or receive information to or from anyone about this case or your experience as a juror until after you've been discharged from your jury duty. Do not investigate the case or conduct any experiments. Do not contact anyone to assist you, such as a family accountant, doctor, or lawyer. Do not visit or view the scene of any event involved in this case. If you happen to pass by the scene, do not stop or investigate. All jurors must see or hear the same evidence at the same time. Do not read, listen to, or watch any news accounts of this trial. You must not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. If you violate any of these prohibitions on communications and research, including prohibitions on electronic communications and research, you may be held in contempt of court or face other sanctions. That means you may have to serve time in jail, pay a fine, or face other punishment for that violation. I will now tell you the law that you must follow to reach your verdict. You must follow the law exactly as I give it to you, even if you disagree with it. If the attorneys have said anything different about what the law means, you must follow what I say. In reaching your verdict, do not guess what I think your verdict should be from something I may have said or done. Pay careful attention to all the instructions that I give you. All the instructions are important because together they state the law that you will use in this case. You must consider all the instructions together. After you've decided what the facts are, you may find that some of the instructions do not apply. In that case, follow the instructions that do apply and use them together with the facts to reach your verdict. If I repeat any ideas or rules of law during my instructions, that does not mean that these ideas or rules are more important than the others. In addition, the order in which the instructions are given does not make any difference. Most of the instructions are typed. However, some handwritten or typewritten notes may have been added, and some words may have been deleted. Do not discuss or consider why words may have been added or deleted. Please treat all the words the same, no matter what their format. Simply accept the instruction in its final form. You may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If a party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. You may consider whether one party intentionally concealed or destroyed evidence. If you decide that a party did so, you may decide that the evidence would have been unfavorable to that party. If a party failed to explain or deny evidence against them when they could reasonably have done so based on what they knew, you may consider their failure to explain or deny in evaluating that evidence. It is up to you to decide the meaning and importance of the failure to deny evidence against the party. During the trial, you received deposition testimony that was read from deposition transcripts or shown by video. A deposition is the testimony taken of a person before trial. At a deposition, the person is sworn to tell the truth and is questioned by the attorneys. You must consider the deposition testimony that was presented to you in the same way as you consider testimony given in court.
Mm.
Before trial, each party has the right to ask the other parties to answer written questions. These questions are called interrogatories. The answers are also in writing and given under oath. You must consider the questions and answers that were read to you the same as if the questions and answers had been given in court. A party may offer into evidence any oral or written statement made by an opposing party outside the courtroom. When you evaluate the evidence of such a statement, you must consider these questions.
Okay.
Do you believe that the party actually made the statement? If you do not believe that the party made the statement, you may not consider the statement at all. If you believe that the statement was made, do you believe it was reported accurately? You should view testimony about an oral statement made by a party outside the courtroom with caution. During the trial, you heard testimony from expert witnesses. The law allows an expert to state opinions about matters in the expert's field of expertise, even if the expert has not witnessed any of the events involved in the trial. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. As with other witnesses, it is up to you to decide whether you believe the expert's testimony and choose to use it as the basis for your decision. You may believe all, part, or none of an expert's testimony. In deciding whether to believe an expert's testimony, you should consider the expert's training and experience, the facts the expert relied on, and the reason for the expert's opinions. The law allows expert witnesses to be asked questions that are based on assumed facts. These are sometimes called hypothetical questions. In determining the weight to give the expert's opinion that is based on the assumed facts, you should consider whether the assumed facts are true. If the expert witnesses disagreed with one another, you should weigh each opinion against the others. You should examine the reasons given for each opinion and the facts or other matters that each witness relied on. You may also compare the expert's qualifications. A witness who was not testifying as an expert gave an opinion during the trial. You may, but are not required to accept that opinion. You may give the opinion whatever weight you think it is appropriate. Consider the extent of the witness's opportunity to perceive the matters on which the opinion is based, the reasons the witness gave for the opinion, and the facts or information on which the witness relied for forming that opinion. You must decide whether the information on which the witness relied was true and accurate. You may disregard all or any part of an opinion that you find unbelievable, unreasonable, or unsupported by the evidence. Ms. Ellis claims that she was harmed by Ms. Almanzar's negligence. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: that defendant was negligent, that plaintiff was harmed, and that defendant's negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiff's harm. Negligence is the failure to use reasonable care to prevent harm to oneself or to others. A person can be negligent by acting or failing to act. A person is negligent if that person does something that a reasonably careful person would not do in the same situation, or fails to do something that a reasonably careful person would do in the same situation. You must decide how a reasonably careful person would have acted in defendant's situation.
Did y'all hear that?
Causation is a situation or fails to do something that a reasonably careful person would do in the same situation. You must decide how a reasonably careful person would have acted in defendant's situation. Causation, a substantial factor in causing harm, is a factor that a reasonable person would consider to have contributed to the harm. It must be more than a remote or trivial factor. It does not have to be the only cause of the harm. Conduct is not a substantial factor in causing harm if the same harm would have occurred without that conduct. Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar committed a battery. To establish this claim, plaintiff must prove all the following: the defendant touched plaintiff with the intent to harm or offend her.
They did not.
Plaintiff did not consent to the touching. That plaintiff was harmed or offended by defendant's conduct, and that a reasonable person in plaintiff's situation would have been offended by the touching. A plaintiff may express consent by words or acts that are reasonably understood by another person as consent. A plaintiff may also express consent by silence or inaction if a reasonable person would understand that the silence or inaction intended to indicate consent.
Margie.
Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar's conduct caused Ms. Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: that defendant's conduct was outrageous, that defendant intended to cause plaintiff emotional distress, that plaintiff suffered severe emotional distress, and that defendant's conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiff's severe emotional distress. Emotional distress includes suffering, anguish, fright, horror, nervousness, grief, anxiety, worry, shock, humiliation, and shame. Severe emotional distress is not mild or brief. It must be so substantial or long-lasting that no reasonable person in a civilized society should be expected to bear it. Plaintiff is not required to prove physical injury to recover damages for severe emotional distress. If you decide that plaintiff has proved her claim against defendant, you must also decide how much money will reasonably compensate Ms. Ellis for the harm. This compensation is called damages. The amount of damages must include an award for each item of harm that was caused by defendant's wrongful conduct, even if the particular harm could not have been anticipated. Ms. Ellis does not have to prove the exact amount of damages that will provide reasonable compensation for the harm. However, you must not speculate or guess in awarding damages. The damages claimed by plaintiff are for the harm caused by defendant fall into two categories called economic and non-economic damages. You'll be asked in the verdict form to state the two categories of damages separately. The following are the specific items of economic damages claimed by Ms. Ellis: past and future medical expenses. The following are the specific items of non-economic damages claimed by Ms. Ellis: physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence of damages. Your award must be based on your reasoned judgment to the testimony of the witnesses and the other evidence that has been admitted during the trial. You must not consider or include as part of any award attorney's fees or expenses that the parties incurred in bringing or defending this lawsuit. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose the presiding juror. The presiding juror should see to it that your discussions are orderly and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another in the jury room and to consider the views of all the jurors. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have considered the evidence with the other members of the jury. Feel free to change your mind if you are convinced that your position should be different. You should all try to agree, but do not give up your honest beliefs just because others think differently. Please do not state your opinions too strongly at the beginning of your deliberations or immediately announce how you plan to vote, as it may interfere with an open discussion. Keep an open mind so that you and your fellow jurors can easily share ideas about the case. You should use your common sense and experience in deciding whether testimony is true and accurate. However, during your deliberations, do not make any statement or provide any information to other jurors based on any special training or unique personal experiences that you may have had related to matters involved in this case. What you may know or have learned through your training or experience is not a part of the evidence received in this case. Sometimes jurors disagree or have questions about the evidence or about what the witness has said in their testimony. If that happens, you may ask to have testimony read back to you or ask to see any exhibits admitted into evidence that have not already been provided to you. Also, jurors may need further explanation about the laws that apply to the case. If this happens during your deliberations, write down your questions and give them to the bailiff or the courtroom attendant. I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will do my best to answer them. When you write me a note, do not tell me how you voted on an issue until I ask for this information in open court. Your decision must be based on your personal evaluation of the evidence presented in the case. Each of you may be asked in open court how you voted on each question. While I know you would not do this, I'm required to advise you that you must not base your decision on chance, such as flip of a coin. If you decide to award damages, you may not agree in advance to simply add up the amounts each juror thinks is right, and then without further deliberations, make the average juror verdict. You may take breaks, but do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, until all of you are back in the jury room. If you have taken notes during the trial, you may take your notebooks with you into the jury room. You may use your notes only to help you remember what happened during the trial. Your independent recollection of the evidence should govern your verdict. You should not allow yourself to be influenced by the notes of other jurors if those notes differ from what you remember. At the end of the trial, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You may request in writing that trial testimony be read to you. I will have the court reporter read the testimony to you. You may request that all or a part of a witness's testimony be read. Your request should be as specific as possible. It will be helpful if you can state the name of the witness, the subject of the testimony you would like to have read, and the name of the attorney or attorneys asking the questions when the testimony was given. The court reporter is not permitted to talk with you when she is reading the testimony you have requested. While the court reporter is reading the testimony, you may not deliberate or discuss the case. You may not ask the court reporter to read testimony that was not specifically mentioned in a written request. If your notes differ from the testimony, you must accept the court reporter's record as accurate. And one footnote there, just as it takes us some time to respond to your questions, it also takes us time to isolate the testimony that you're requesting. So please continue deliberating while you're waiting for a readback. I will give you a special verdict form with questions you must answer. I have already instructed you on the law that you are to use in answering these questions. You must follow my instructions and the form carefully. You must consider each question separately. Although you may discuss the evidence and the issues to be decided in any order, you must answer the questions on the verdict form in the order they appear. After you answer a question, the form tells you what to do next. At least 9 of you must agree on an answer before you can move on to the next question. However, the same 9 or more people do not have to agree on each answer. All 12 of you must deliberate on and answer each question, regardless of how you voted on any earlier question. Unless the verdict form tells all 12 jurors to stop and answer no further questions, each juror must deliberate and vote on all the remaining questions. When you have finished filling out the form, your presiding juror must write the date and sign it at the bottom of the last page, and then notify the bailiff that you are ready to present your verdict in the courtroom. To the alternate juror, the jury will begin deliberating after closing arguments, but you are still an alternate juror and are still bound by my earlier instructions about your conduct. Until the jury is discharged, do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any of the subject involved in it with anyone, and not even your family or friends, and not even with the other jurors. Do not have any contact with the deliberating jurors. Do not decide how you would vote if you were deliberating. Do not form or express an opinion about the issues in the case unless you are substituted for one of the deliberating jurors. In this case, I've exercised my right to comment on the evidence. However, you, the jury, are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact and the credibility of the witnesses. You are free to completely ignore my comments on the evidence and to reach whatever verdict you believe to be
They
correct,
can have jurors,
even if
BG.
it's contrary
Yes.
to any or all of those comments.
You can
After your verdict is
decide,
read in open
judge or
court,
jury.
you may be asked individually to indicate whether the verdict expresses your personal vote. This is referred to as polling the jury and is done to ensure that at least 9 jurors have agreed to each decision. The verdict form that you will receive the verdict form that you will receive asks you to answer several questions. You must vote separately on each question. Although 9 or more jurors must agree on each answer, it does not have to be the same 9 for each answer. Therefore, it is important for each of you to remember how you have voted on each question, so that if the jury is polled, each of you will be able to answer accurately about how you have voted. And we're actually going to give you your own copy of the verdict form, so please keep track of your own votes on the verdict form. The verdict form, the final verdict form that the jury foreman will have will be the only one that's turned in, but please keep track of your votes on the verdict form that you're given for your own copy. If during the trial any of you had a question that you believe should be asked of a witness, you are instructed to write out the question and provide it to me through my courtroom staff. If a question was asked, or I decided whether the question could be asked. If a question was asked and answered, you are to consider the answer as you would any other evidence received in the trial. Do not give the answer any greater or lesser weight because it was initiated by a jury question. If a question was not asked, do not speculate as to what the answer might have been or why it was not asked. There are many legal reasons why a suggested question cannot be asked of a witness. Give the question no further consideration. During the trial, materials may have been shown to you to help explain testimony or other evidence in the case. Some of these materials may have been admitted into evidence, and you'll be able to review them during your deliberations. Other materials may have also been shown to you during the trial, but they have not been admitted into evidence. You will not be able to review them during your deliberations because they are not themselves evidence of any evidence or proof of any facts. You may, however, consider the testimony given in connection with those materials. All right, as I indicated, there's going to be some additional jury instructions that are going to be read on Tuesday. Why don't we plan on starting closing arguments at 9:45 on Tuesday? I need to meet with the attorneys at 9 o'clock. And while I think we'll be done by 9:30 to finalize everything, I don't want you to be waiting in the hallway. So let's plan on 9:45 on Tuesday. My expectation is we will be done with closing arguments before lunch and that you will have the case to deliberate on after lunch on Tuesday. There are several causes of action, and so I do anticipate that it's going to take a bit of time to deliberate on each cause of action. And so I would have a pretty strong feeling that it is likely that you will also be here on Wednesday to finish deliberating. So present, we're definitely going to be here Tuesday at 9:45. You can anticipate that you're not going to finish deliberating by the end of the day on Tuesday, and that you'll be here at least Wednesday morning to finish deliberations and to render your verdict. And then you guys will know how things are going as to how much longer into Wednesday or potentially Thursday things will take. Okay, any questions about that? Please do your absolute very best to avoid any media. I know that there has been some coverage of it. If you happen to see something, just go ahead and turn it off, turn it away, whatever it may be. We don't want you to be influenced by any of the media coverage, okay? All right, we'll see you on Tuesday, 9:45. Have a good Labor Day weekend.
Okay, guys. She said instructions ain't never been this short. He said he's gonna have some more for them on Tuesday. He was reading some of the instructions, but these weren't all of the instructions. So you're probably gonna get something else. We'll see. I don't know, y'all. Y'all know it's all about what I don't know. Is it 12 jurors? I don't know if it's 12 again, but it's all about what they think when they go to the back. That's it. Oh, yes, we swapping over to what I'm supposed to be watching. And y'all, Wendy's ex-boyfriend starts the day for us.
In the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce?
Okay, for those of you, this is day 3. Y'all know I'm a day behind. This is day 3. She said I'm needle pointing and enjoying. I love that, Yates. I love that. Yeah, Labor Day is Monday, but it's Wednesday. Oh, this is a good one, Jaleesa. And the crazy part about this trial, there are at least 3 to 4 other trials that you could watch that's connected to this one. And I want to watch those two. Like, it's all connected. So in everybody's trials, like, somebody will be free and then a trial will pop up and then that person will get indicted and now their trial comes up. Her son was indicted before her. Then she gets arrested. It's crazy.
And subsequent to the divorce. Were you familiar with that as well?
Y'all know I'm behind. I'm behind a day.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult?
Jasmine, I want to watch Charlie's and Katie's.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
I'm a whole day
Well, as far
behind.
as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating, so that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay.
Paris, what are y'all on day 4? Because
Did
if I'm
you
on
know
3,
Dan
y'all should be on
Martell?
4.
I met him briefly a couple of times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids?
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
So he wasn't even
Did you
caring.
have
Yeah,
any
we had a
issues with
boyfriend.
him other than things that Wendy was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendy was telling me. And Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendy. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after. It was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids, or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids, because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact
Paris,
emails
because
and motions I was forwarded.
what is he thinking?
But definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
Please, Paris.
And if you know, did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously. And I reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed,
He was sick of
it
Dan.
would get canceled, when he would be in a mood, when he would be upset. So
When you say they took it seriously, who are
He
you?
was
referencing?
sick of
the
Wendy.
entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay. And how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple.
Overruled, he may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court.
Sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries, that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Stand as to opinion.
All right. So in your observations, let's keep it specific to Donna, if you don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce was already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we met her multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So I sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other.
I did see this little piece. Do y'all remember that Wendy said that he never really met her parents? Like there was nothing formal. Dinner is formal, in my opinion. If you coming over my house to eat dinner, that's formal because we're going to be sitting down, we're going to be talking. Then he said he met her on 6 or 7 other occasions. Wendy's a liar. She's a liar.
Occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus.
Very
together.
much Paris.
Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes?
I don't believe Harvey was there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that. But in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, sorry. Wendy and I went to
Look at Donna.
spring
Donna
break
like, and
in
that's why we
Florida
can like
for
you.
spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went to stay with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No.
I think
Only
Wendy
times
is
you
just
met
off
her
to
were here
a
with
lot.
us.
That's
I
correct.
think so too.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom. So it's just that kind of thing.
Bro,
She excused herself
Wendy got a type.
after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendy Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah,
All right. And that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
Dang, bro.
And how was Catherine?
Would y'all want to
Magbanua
date Wendy? I don't think I ever
related
want to
to the
date her.
family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record.
So why would you be talking about the baby daddy?
It sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
Oh, okay,
What happened
Paris.
after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
Right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
Right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendy, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought
Too
it was a
smart
nice
for her own
house.
good,
Had a
BJ.
hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in a hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendy, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the four that were in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it.
Damn.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like, I don't like Danny. It was
That mother.
maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of
Well, Okay, they got approached. I think they approached a few times, from what I could tell. Poor man. He like 80. He looks good for 80 though. Well, Donna finally changed clothes on day 4. She had like a bright blue sweater on.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Kappelman.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar and had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
Damn.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted, to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Miss Sheila, please.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
I don't think it's clear, Aaron.
Establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kappelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of those scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Okay, yeah, I think this is what the lawyer was talking about.
State of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste. You may speak as to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter. I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of the heirs.
Not disclose the defense.
Please approach.
Okay, y'all. So this is the lawyer was talking about this, and he talked about how he would have. They said this really should have been a request for a mistrial, and they didn't ask for a request. I think the judge ends up doing a curative instruction, but I didn't know what the drama was. Right? I kept seeing people say stuff about the children and their memories, but I didn't know. Jeff is not an expert, so he does not get to testify this way. So let's see if they're gonna. I think the judge is probably gonna. Okay. Hold on, I didn't skip too far, did it?
Outside the courtroom door.
Okay, he puts him out. They go to a break. All right, judge comes back.
The defense requesting from the court to conduct a Ricketson hearing.
Yeah.
It's not intentional.
I'm gonna have to watch it, Paris.
I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
One moment, briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this.
Only the 4th, Judge.
Excuse me, the 4th trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to pose this witness on this topic, that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial, and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness. They might be using the bathroom, but once they're ready, yep. You can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacasse.
A curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct.
I wouldn't know why you have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zelman, do you wish to have a curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well.
It was correct.
Have an adverse. Do you wish to have a curative or do you? Statements, defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there. Did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markell was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip
She said she was breaking up with him easy.
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay.
That's
And
weird
did
to me,
you
y'all.
express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
And unless there is an exception, Ms. Kaplan.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not.
Ooh.
All right, sir. So the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th. Right?
Yes. Yeah, she knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay. So you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation.
Sidebar, I don't know how far along she is, but when she was in her wedding dress, like her stomach is always super flat. And now that y'all just put in the chat, was she pregnant at the wedding? Go back and look at her when she turned to the side in the wedding. That dress, and I think she said something about fitting that dress. And I'm like, girl, your body is amazing, right? But that's probably why.
Conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Kay, go back and look at the video then. She had to be like 3-4 months when they got married then. Go look at the video, y'all. She had to be 3 or 4 months when they got married because she said something in like, I think I saw a TikTok about, I hope I could fit my wedding dress. And then another time she said something, she turned to the side and I'm like, her stomach is normally like super flat, but it was a little pudge, It was a little pudge. Wow. That's amazing. I can't wait to watch. I'm so happy for them. I can't wait to watch.
Okay. When was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon.
Oh, no,
in
Kay.
the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should like rush over there essentially.
Yes, we were talking about
she had
that.
stomach
I'm
bug,
sorry.
so I got there as quickly as I could.
All right. So did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right. So she was a nervous wreck that night. And did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there was no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Miss Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period.
He is fun.
I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object.
Oh, Stephanie, y'all know we're talking about Travis
So
Hunter. Travis Hunter had
baby.
sorry. Both fans here,
All
both
right,
fans in the chat.
Did she tell you what happened to the TV? How it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of.
All right, and did she tell you what happened to the TV? How it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact.
Y'all hear that?
Spider webs.
Exactly. And then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay.
Did y'all hear him? Oh, I gotta write this down.
So
He just
let's
said.
move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on? Gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date the day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the day was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure.
Now she popping pills.
Good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of order, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st, and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014.
Jeff should have never just popped up at that woman's house. Then he got annoyed.
Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother, Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says, I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's I think really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and
oh my God, Jeff.
The kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Yeah, Wendy has a type, and it's really funny to me. She likes a little nerd, I see. Maybe it's the intellect because, she's really smart, Maybe that's what it is. But Jeff sounds like he is a little mad. He is always talking about me. They like me. He mad. Probably mad he was falling in love or that she was using him.
Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
See?
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was
It's the morning of 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
I think,
Yeah.
hey, people say that.
Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple of weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge. I'm gonna
Damn.
approach and show you what's been introduced.
I just think he pissed because in the grand scheme of things, he was never going to end up with Wendy. Okay, there I go. Sharonda, I can see that.
We're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it's just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated it.
Okay, y'all, this is what I don't understand with Wendy. Y'all, this is what I really don't understand with Wendy. Wendy walked out of the hearing, I think, back in June. Yeah, back in June, she walked out of the hearing and stipulated that they were never going to bring it up again. She didn't have to stipulate to that. She did, but she leaves court and she just drags it out with him, drags it out with her mother. I just really, I don't understand what, I mean, I guess the end goal was for everyone to feel like Dan was just being this a parent that didn't want to cooperate with her. Like, what was she trying to accomplish? JT, because yesterday, JT, we saw an email. She never really wanted to leave. JT. She said, basically, I think Wendy's whole plan was to get rid of Dan and her mama. Sugar, he's not talking about the
Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship.
Yes, JT.
Asking,
Yeah, go back yesterday and read that email. Listen to the
the
email.
constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining. Just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Dan.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is overruled pending the other matters.
Hey, Erica. Erica said she manipulated the situation. I agree.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something? happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah. So I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said,
I bet she
sure.
said that too.
And she said, last summer,
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
she
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure.
And I know she
last
did.
summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Denny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Wow.
When she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip.
But you
It kind
stayed
of
with
took
her.
me aback. She was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this, and she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay.
True.
So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point. And then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well.
How many times have you done
It was
that,
pretty
Jeff?
clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. So she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
So he
Okay,
left
so you left
Wendy.
your two respective
Wendy said she let him
vehicles there
take.
and
Yes.
You're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her and she calls after me. I turn around and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip. And she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why
She was trying to
at
set
that
him up
moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on
Friday
when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Right? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendy that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11 and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay. So physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers.
Thank you for this for the memberships, not super chat.
And after
Kay Schmidt, thank you so much for gifting 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. Everybody in here know the drill at this point. If you are gifted a membership, please tell my friend thank you in the chat. Thank you.
this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm gonna publish what's been introduced into
This
evidence.
is just creepy. All of this because you didn't want those kids' father to be involved in their life. Well, Nurse K says she thinks they're waiting to get Wendy once all this is over. The thing about it is, I saw this on X, it seems like after every trial, they pick someone else new up. Charlie gets picked up after they got the shooters, right? After Charlie's trial, then they get Donna. Donna's on trial, and I think that is why we see there is so much focus on Wendy. Even from the defense, there is all of this focus on Wendy. Wendy might get picked up next. She knew though.
Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
What's she
All
saying?
So is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's
You
asking
might be right.
I consider based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text.
Mm-hmm.
She sends me this, which strings everything out for a week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of
another week to do
July.
what?
And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
I think Georgia wants
So
me
no
to.
contact for a week.
Right.
Okay.
Baby, what if Charlie
I was
flipped?
able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving evidence 86A.
The name protection. There you are. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was maybe some art we could add, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. I understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me.
Reestablished phone contact.
We had a couple, 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect?
Yes.
Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So you changed your plan.
I changed my plan at the last minute.
All right, and you
She was
provided
trying to
law
set him
enforcement
up.
some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
Yeah, I don't know who suggested him. He was just her boyfriend. It makes sense. Hey, Pat.
You put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned.
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Martinez.
Oh, damn. He
Are
said
you familiar
twice.
with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car.
That's
on the
true.
rental market.
I'm going to show you what I marked as state's demonstrative exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Oh, baby, this
Yes,
is
ma'am.
nasty.
Right. Is this the make and model of the, it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Yeah, this is nasty.
Publish G, Your Honor.
You may.
I have one more moment to confer, please.
No, Wendy.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
I think he's just saying they're close. An Altima and a Sentra, they're just close is what he's saying. I can tell the difference between the two. I think he just means they're close. That's probably, it could be a coincidence. I don't know.
Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacoste, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
You testified that
Lock Wendy up. Do you hear me?
it was
Hey,
your
Dan.
understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendy.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression. Information coming from Wendy.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendy.
Well, yeah. Who else?
Putting Charlie's,
aside from Charlie in the hot tub.
aside from Charlie in the hot tub,
Mm-hmm.
it was all through Wendy. That's correct.
And I hope she
Isn't
does.
it true that
Wendy's
you
the
found
mastermind.
Wendy? Let me find the exact quote. Didn't you find Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
To stay, Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive, you were not considered. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. To how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on. You can track it, but
Yeah, Jeff is
it's not
still
pleasant.
mad for
You
sure.
never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's
Y'all
insistence,
started
which
this
was
church
why I
speak.
remember
I
this
need
was
to
a
get my
very
head
strange
together.
evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist size?
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
Paris, he wanted Wendy bad because watching TV on that crack TV is insane.
You testified.
Okay, I gotta read it. I'll probably read it on TikTok or something, but I knew it was coming.
Wendy Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014 that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother, Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So, again, not Donna, Charlie. Hey, Miss Cherie.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Charlie, not Donna. Now, I heard the cell phone evidence that they showed today was very, very bad. Thank you, Destiny. Hey, Lauren. They said the cell phone evidence, and I saw bits and pieces, was bad. Okay, so it looked like they chilling. Oh, I saw a little bit of her yesterday.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Hey, that's what I heard.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Oh, I heard today was terrible for Donna. Hey, Miss Davis.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June. I'm Shinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June, and
Why
the
do y'all
last
think
name
she's here?
is UMCHIN.
It's very obvious.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Of course,
Okay,
Kate.
when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017.
This is Charlie's ex-girlfriend.
I
that
met
dated
him
for years.
after the murder.
Okay. Do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating
It
Charlie
was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay. Can you describe for the
Charlie
jury
has a
what
type.
the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything. So it was just a normal relationship.
She loved Charlie,
We
baby.
had, everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
They worked together.
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
what you
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes.
Y'all, when she didn't understand what Georgia meant by being in control of the family, and Georgia followed up with she was the matriarch, I said, now Georgia, why would you do that? Why would you make it harder?
In the family.
Did you meet Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met. So
basically living together.
yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day to day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship,
Oh,
what did
wow,
you
okay.
know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markell?
I had no idea who Dan Markell was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Why
Was
would
that a
he even?
topic
I
that
wonder
came
why it
up
came
one
up.
time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
though,
was,
right?
yes.
You've had a chance to review it?
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like.
Rob said this too.
If it's there, yes, I said that.
Miss Cherie, he knew.
There was a time, which, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a criminal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you.
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markell. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Luis Rivera got arrested around that time.
Okay. And once you learned.
Or I'm sorry, Luis.
Hold on, y'all. Let me. Well, are we on court? Are we? There we go. Now we don't have sound. Hold up. Wait, can y'all hear? Or is it me? Can you guys hear? Because I can't hear anything.
Something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid.
I did read
Good Paris.
the affidavit and everything, which said Luis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of cash with staples.
And why did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Stapling that
You
money.
have seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after
It
I
wasn't
found
even me,
out that
Jasmine.
the money was stapled.
I think it was Lauren Crime.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Luis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and
How
I
did he
mentioned to
pay
Charlie
them
that
like
he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples. So
Okay, but you had seen before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money. Had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
before the hitmen were paid,
Yeah.
I didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were
I'm
paid.
sorry. I'm sorry.
You're like, yeah.
Yes. Before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie.
Yes,
Adelson's
for real,
residence.
Jaleesa.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it.
After I found out.
And that's when it clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay. During the time between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw
Crazy,
a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, like, you never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it
at that
true
time.
that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together. So,
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay.
Baby, I just know when Katie got picked up. I know Charlie probably lost his mind. I know he didn't get a wink of sleep because he knew he was next. Oh my, I bet that man's life was hell.
And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn. And
Did y'all hear what I said about Charlie? Or was I on mute? I hope y'all heard it.
wasn't sure why in the beginning. He was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
did he become angry, short-fused?
At certain times he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair.
Her fairy tale was over.
Right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up. So.
And was one of those emotions anger?
At some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
She was in Charlie's 2K.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got, and then it disappeared. So
Damn.
it was just a short period.
It was too late by that
time. Phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia, because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp, so he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always
Charlie,
has
great.
guns around because he has his license to carry. So he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So
What about Wendy Adelson? Did you notice an issue between
Marina, I don't
Charlie
know.
Adelson and
I
Wendy
hope so.
Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
Right. And did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember
She means
exactly when that
Asia.
was?
Not
At least, please
exactly.
look
I
at Charlie.
don't know if I should guess or not.
No, please don't. So, what was there a time frame where Wendy and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
Exactly,
What
Paris.
about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
She can't hear Stephanie.
And
She's
did you describe
75 years
her as a
old.
mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What is a mess?
Damn.
mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right. Was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
Girl,
And
Donna's
was there a
stressed
time
too.
when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markell?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life. So she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them. I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference.
It's normal how it works, girl. You killed that man.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Please remain seated.
Okay.
Baby, she said she ready to get off that stand. I know she got her another little dentist that don't play about her. Got a Van Cleef on her neck. Baby, don't play with her. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. I got you.
Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanua's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it. Yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts, half of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
Okay.
I have 20 episodes about this. I know poor Wendy. Ooh. Murder boobs is crazy, Danielle.
I, along with Josh Zelman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
Girl,
I
what
just
does
really
what
have a
does
few
she have on
questions.
today?
There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time. Yes.
Okay. You previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you've testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
She
Okay.
did, Jaleesa,
And
yesterday.
he had it stacked in
On day
$100
3.
bills,
You gotta
in
see
groups of
her.
1,000. He put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled, correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
So you did an initial interview, you've been deposed, you testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train
testified,
of thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page in line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like if they were those exact words, I think she was just so like stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct?
I did, Black Sheep.
Every
I
single
did.
time that you've given these.
Black Sheep, I did start with Cardi, but I just kind of came in. I started at 6 o'clock today. So I just kind of started. We watched what was up. But I have TikToks on like the other parts. Cardi was interesting today.
Sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry.
Please answer out loud to all questions. Just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you are under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
When I tell you her and Katie could be sisters, that is crazy. Girl, that suit is huge. Girl, where's her arm? Baby, the suit swallowing her arm up.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Okay, they bringing them witnesses in like Paige, like one leaving and one coming back.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RYAN.
Okay, I think I saw him too.
FITZPATRICK.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We're very close
acquaintances?
friends. Yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister,
Hey,
Wendy?
Nay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Next is
how
in
did
another better one.
they feel about Dan Markell, if you know?
They haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related to
Without
my
this
client.
being objections, please sit down.
I'll
So
re-ask the
say-
question. How did Donna Adelson
They
feel about
pissed the
Dan
judge
Markell?
off.
Didn't like Dan.
And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanimal one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am. She was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriend.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay.
He told her to sit
And
down.
when
Yes.
the murder of Dan Markell occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Oh, that's the bump.
And
Okay.
did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes,
approached?
ma'am.
Okay. And prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting
Hell
about
yeah.
this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty. Just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut. And implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you
When the others were arrested?
when the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
He was sad during
So he
Charlie.
was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot. And
In
he talked a
general?
lot about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you're like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
Nope.
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about
For trial.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Oh, that was quick. Baby, he is ready to go. Laura is the same judge. Okay, got to do Charlie. Have to. He does give that off more.
August the 14th, the deposition, you recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie. No, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I know that's right.
You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house.
Trying
and
to
that's where he
sue
kept
him,
the money,
Alicia, for
correct?
what? Try to
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markell, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Oh, okay.
You may step down.
Baby, he must hurt his neck.
Will the witness be recalled at any time?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
He was Charlie's friend. I guess they just had him to testify to Charlie paying him with the stapled money and just his overall attitude after the undercover officer.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury.
Okay, Alicia.
Ms. Hall before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State need to be heard concerning this.
Scheduling purposes, I think her direct maybe about.
I think
45
Katie's
minutes to
neck.
an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so. Whatever the court would like to do with that.
Right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch.
Okay, I saw this, y'all. I remember this. They went to lunch yesterday about 11.
Topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
They are discussing
We
having
do
a
black
large
sheep.
amount of cash.
During this one, Sharon?
And I plan to ask Ms. Hull did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts
Oh, this the lady at
at
the
their dental practice?
office.
And this is
Right.
an example of them taking whatever. Okay. Taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank.
Oh, that's
so
the
I do
tax
think that
evasion
it's
right there.
probative and more prejudicial. I'm sorry, more probative than it is prejudicial.
Then it's a lot.
Where the objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement.
Baby Harvey's sitting in the back. Yeah, I think that I heard them say Miss Hull, so it's the office manager coming up next.
I mean, okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time these payments were made.
You're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, rather second point.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this, a hearsay statement from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna, and they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they have a lot of cash. So if they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What would be the other issue that is being offered for Ms. Gibbon that's not for the truth of the matter asserted? Ms. Fulford is making a good point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Well, the hair is pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve a ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that can review?
Okay, Sharonda, got you. I'm like, friend, I got a lot of notes. 3 pages.
I'll be right back with it.
But I do remember you telling me that, Sharonda. First of all, I knew Wendy was lying. These people had $100,000 to just pay somebody to kill your husband. Girl, you could have gotten it out. And they were gonna split the 300. Y'all, they were gonna split the $1 million. Girl, you could have gotten your house. All right.
I have for not having raised this pre.
Okay, we're back from lunch. Wendy is just a liar, and you have to listen to what she says. But when I say
The only
she pulled
explanation
up,
I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
Yes, Julie.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well, at least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay.
Crazy.
I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have
One-way flight, Danny. She was about to get out of here.
Please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
First of all, he doesn't even respond in a way that would make you feel you could do something other than what he's saying, or that you have an opportunity to try to argue with him. That man said, y'all had this opportunity, you didn't do it. This is where we are, moving it right along. I love him. He does not play. He said you could have brought this up last week. You chose not to. Okay, they are still out. All right, jury's coming in, looks like.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful midday
He
break.
does not play.
At this point, we're going to continue with the
None of
state's
it
case. Ms. Dugan, you may call the state's next witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
It will.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Hull, Maryhull.
Where do you currently work?
The Executive Office of the Governor in the Chief Inspector General's office.
And where did you work when you first became involved in this case?
The Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what was your role there and in your current job?
Currently, I'm an auditor. In the position in DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right. And were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigative.
Oh, okay. I know who. Okay, this.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
Oh, fraud.
I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial
this was
investigator,
the
did you also
opportunity
receive
to-
in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes to retire the witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
Forensic accounting.
forensic accounting?
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we're having problems hearing this?
Right. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see
Yeah.
to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about first, kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review State's Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magdanoa's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review State's Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magdanoa?
I did.
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Magdanoa employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magdanoa, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at the time?
Yes.
Did
Wendy
you also
said
review
something
credit
like
cards
this
for the
too.
Adelson family, specifically states 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review states 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review states exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review states 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review state 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review states 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine McVanois from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review states 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into McVanois' bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all of those records that we just talked about, to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence states 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Yeah, just real quick, Judge.
Go ahead. Student and clerk, need you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure. So we're going to have 69.
One moment. What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Can you just give me one more second, please? No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of states 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about today so far is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today? This notebook states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed.
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look over it.
Go ahead. States 81 is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so you mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. all his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in and then they would bounce because there wouldn't be any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markell?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account
Mm.
and then
He
nothing
need-
overdrafted for about 4 months.
He didn't need it.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markell?
It was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of.
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
And what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Sigfredo Garcia. Tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th.
Y'all put the link to when it's a law and crime video. I didn't look at it, so I don't know if it's the full police interview, but it's about 4 hours long. It may be, but they may be talking through it too. But you can just put it in YouTube. I saw there's several videos with Wendy's police interrogation.
2014.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, and then the Monte
And
Carlo
they
is on
did
the
it.
Tuto Dade account here.
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen.
Yes.
And so those were all
And if
purchased
you make
within
big
3 months of the murder.
That's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one. Let's see, from June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes.
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
Yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014 around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. In April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months. In April of 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both work for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Everything.
All right. For Catherine Magbanois, did she already own a car according to the DHS-MV records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was
I just can't believe these people are just cruel.
Here, I might be able to show you something to help move it along.
Sorry,
if you're having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Did you, when you were reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with the car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car in these messages? Did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed? The parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, "I need a loan, buddy." Frowning face.
I need a loan, buddy, girl.
Okay, and does she say, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes. No, she didn't want to.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine McVanois, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, "LOL, you'll be fine. I got you. I just texted Sully my CC."
That's correct.
And she says, "Stop paying for S word." She misspells it on your card.
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are.
Damn. Okay.
It says it to Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying yes, she needs to take it ASAP.
Ugh.
Yes.
This is disgusting to me. Shay, I know they thought they got
And
it.
what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card?
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine McVanois words in green?
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine McVanois let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
She's talking about
I'm sorry, I'm on the
pay
next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual
Exactly,
payment was
Shay.
for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine McVanois estimates, she says, just put $1,630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put $1,650?
Yes.
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
Yes.
And then she says it came out to $1,620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
I would have never been uttering those
And then
words.
when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine McVanois got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title.
So I don't know if it's Nana or Nana. I think with Donna, it's that she was in on the conspiracy. So, she knew that this murder was happening. She was in on it, is the whole thing with Donna.
Looked up for the GHSB records, and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now? Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance.
Now he got his other
She
girlfriend
said
at
she
this
would
point,
get
y'all.
to it. She has a kid. She would do it later. And then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance, does he say, just spoke to my mom. She's paying the insurance now. Just please go this Saturday, smiley face.
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it. I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it. They'll prorate it back to us. Just go Saturday. Don't rush today. And she's saying, I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago. Just chill. You are still the best.
That's correct.
Baby, why he is dating the other girl? What was her name? I can't
You
remember.
mentioned the DHS&B records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
let me see if I can zoom in.
Kate couldn't stop going. Kate couldn't.
January 23rd, 2016.
By Sharonda.
It's on the right-hand side.
Right here.
That's
Yes,
my go-to.
January 23rd, 2016.
June. Thank you, Ronnie. Katie number.
And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus.
2001 Lexus?
Black 4-door. That's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Why would Harvey just give his car
How
away?
much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanois for?
$1.
$1,700.
Oh.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Okay, well, they say it was
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine Magbanois to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check or
Oh, she
maybe
didn't
she
pay
just
for it.
withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while, we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
You have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer.
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes,
Yeah.
it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured.
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000, but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine Magbanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine Magbanua on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids. I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom, he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too.
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones. Y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015?
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages, I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, Magbanua mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015, is Catherine Magbanua saying she has a lot of things to pay for.
Lisa, baby,
She
I
needs
need
a little
one.
help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job.
Girl,
I just need asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever
he
you
was
need.
milking him.
That's correct.
Damn.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine Magbanua's account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Catherine Magbanua have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McDaniel's accounts to
No.
reach 4,400
No,
or even 4,000
no,
around that time or before that time?
no.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014, and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was looks like it was July. It was October
of 2014.
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on McDaniel's bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McDaniel may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016, showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right. Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is or was.
Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 17 of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the murder and the bump are also showed on as a time frame.
When was her last check from Sophie Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder?
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice?
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie Adelson become the listed manager of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And then in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute?
He was.
And received checks from there.
Yes.
In 2016, in July of 2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
What does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for a kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markell?
That's correct.
And in this text, does
Hey,
she say,
baby.
baby, I'm going to need help.
Thank
on
you,
the employment
Jennifer.
info.
Thank you.
I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS. Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at 12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
Baby, I love
No
me.
problem.
No problem.
No problem.
Man, but I know why he was doing
And
it.
is this a time when his mother is signing authority there?
That's correct.
And he's manager?
Yes.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work?
Ronnie, she played him. If she doesn't have a job, unless they were, I don't know what the kids probably had, like you said, government assistance. What employment does she need to prove with government assistance? Whatever their little their Medicaid is in Florida, I'm sure her kids had it. Talking about she needed, baby, Katie. And listen, don't think Garcia wasn't helping her. They were playing Charlie
As a periodontist.
Yes.
Okay.
And Charlie dumb
and
as
he would-
hell,
he would
falling for
receive
it.
income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them.
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
I want to ask you about this text message. She says she needs employment to send to DCF for her kids' insurance, or if she moves later on. In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
In order to get public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed, but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Catherine Magbanua's, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
There was 44 checks.
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
Okay, but in evidence, as we kind of went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things. But 682 is a copy back and front of every check. Here it is, that Catherine Magbanua received from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Okay.
You got it right, Sarah.
All right, so in
44.
the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number.
I hate
The
it.
second column is a dates. the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is the date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Catherine McBanois into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed by?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these examples of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks from McBanois, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes.
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
That's correct.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes.
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time he worked there?
Yes.
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time.
That's right.
For all those checks that were written.
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signing authority.
Yes.
Who else had signing authority at Adelson Institute when these 44 checks were written?
There would have been Charlie and Harvey and her.
No, Shayla, they're saying she got her a third of the 100K too. Or not even a third. She got some of the 100K as well. Because I think he said he got 35.
When you
Other probably
reviewed the
got
phone
40.
records
She
in
probably
this
got
case, did Donna
15K.
Adelson manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this account? She helped him with all of his money.
Yes.
Did she kind of run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Catherine McBanois here, looking at the summary?
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that you're assuming that that's the check, that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markell?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did McBanois receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? You have a clicker with those. I'll just ask you. On the bottom right of each check where it says Donna Sue Adelson on these checks, is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one. The amount is here.
Yes, that's the amount that's for the check.
Stapled.
All right.
Exactly.
And then the amount's written out here. And then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay. And what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them. Let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine McBanois, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days. In other words,
They're roughly around a 2-week period.
are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2. It's,
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount.
Yes,
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete.
Yes.
And were any of these checks sequential?
They were.
And what does that mean?
It means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks, excuse me.
So
Are these 3 checks sequential here?
they are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were. Since they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so are these 3 checks
10.
sequential here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Okay, and then are these 6 checks sequential?
that's correct.
And then these first 6 check marks, were these sequential?
They were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks. It's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes.
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
That would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000, and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002, and a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in the summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
For this last column, Catherine McBan known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, they were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October of 2014? Was Meg Banwa receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do?
Yes.
During that time. Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
So nothing to reflect time off for going to another country during that time?
No.
No decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct. No decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Catherine McBanois' employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records, did they come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations, anything like that?
No.
A job description?
No.
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
That's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
This covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
In your time doing forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for 2 years, do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine McBanois' account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there were 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBooks records.
Looking at this graph, is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written. And these would be the dates that McBanois posted them to her account?
That's correct.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
Was the last check deposited into her bank account dated on May 12th, 2016 and posted on May 17th of 2016?
Yes.
If Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016 and the last check to McBanois was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks according
After
to her
paper
records
trail
after he
pairs.
was arrested on
They're
May
like, come
25th?
get me.
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by McBanois from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
That's correct.
And that would have been before the bump,
It would.
but after in sequence of McBanois checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing McBanois checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
And here's the thing, guys. Either Donna's going to say Charlie told her to stop.
Looking at
Charlie, you
McBanois'
stopped on your own.
income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markel?
$13,035.
Looking
Stopping
at
those
2014, the year that
Hmm.
Dan Markel was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the largest or the highest source of income for her that year?
It was.
And is that depicted here by the
46
red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay. And that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
And that was the year that she started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markel's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits
Very nice.
for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over 10,000.
Yes.
And a little over 5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr. Obed's dermatology practice.
It was.
Okay. And he was Charlie Adelson's roommate.
So he hired Katie too.
Okay. So about 81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year.
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash she deposited that year? This is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markel and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year.
Mm-hmm.
How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less?
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account.
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016, had the most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph of the cash.
How much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income
Yes.
the cash was? Thank you. And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights, and then Dr. Obed, his roommate, was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
You said that 2014 was the year that Meg Banois had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have the visual look, the visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markel was murdered?
Yes.
And the second and third highest month, October and July?
That's right.
that would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2.
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years.
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of just represents that she was receiving cash when she was not being employed.
Okay, so these bars are the employment chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markel?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
What was the amount of cash deposits in the year before Dan Markel's murder for Catherine McDaniel?
The year before was 15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was 44,963.
So about 3 times as much as the year before?
Yes.
What is this cash spike?
The cash spike was August 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
I'm not mad
All
about
for
it.
1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markel's murder?
She deposited 17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment. There's a break in these bar graphs.
That's correct.
And the next bar graph is her income from Adelson Institute.
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October.
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendy Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense for the purchase by Wendy Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Wittendale Drive in Tallahassee. Okay. And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as 371,000.
Did Wendy Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Wittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
She could do that comfortably, for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Wittendale?
Yes.
Did Wendy Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Wittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
She could do that comfortably, for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendy Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the 130 something thousand, let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts that he gave to or offered Catherine Magbanua over the years from 2014 to 2016?
Wendy is a freaking liar.
And when I say means in their account, is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your review of Adelson Institute's records.
Wendy said she could not get that home because Dan had not paid her the money from the settlement. This lady just said Wendy had the money in her account. She could have bought the house with ease. Do you hear that? With ease. Wouldn't even have missed the money. Oh, lock her up.
Messages in this case. Did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash and that being preferred?
Yes.
Are these just some of the examples?
Just some of them, yes.
Were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for here is dimensions of cash and how the cash is kept, if you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call, I am home, or text me, whatever is best for you. I love you, honey, Mom."
And he says no problem?
He says no problem.
Okay. So here, do they discuss having large amounts of cash and keeping it in piles in a safe?
Yes.
Were there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
The role you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Holland.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, does the safe appear to be in a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
Now, what the hell are they gonna add? No.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name, that shows that Catherine McBanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes.
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
Just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on a second.
I figured they'd bring up that car because it was an older car, but I don't think she paid for it. And I think that's the point. You gifted her a car, 15 years or old or not. You guys gifted her a car.
Says odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down.
It hadn't been checked since 17,000 miles.
I can't hardly see it from this one. It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee, a 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
There was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just one moment, please.
You may proceed. Any redirect examination?
Yes, sir.
I knew they weren't going to have much.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's travel and periodontist work, or did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is.
Okay. The only other thing I had was on direct, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist, but then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in So in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015.
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on their articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice. But we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015. Magbanoa still getting checks through the spring of 2016.
That's right.
And then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July. Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled?
I don't plan to, Judge, but if you could just remain under the rule just in case you can go about her business stuff.
Very well. Please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors need to take a restroom break? The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Oh my God, that's Mariah's dog yelling. Okay, y'all, I'm ending here. It's 11 and I got to eat and get ready for work tomorrow. So I'm ending here, but I'm saving where we are. The rest of this day, we have Katie. We've got like the lead investigator. And then we have I don't know if this was Miss Hull or the other lady's Miss Hull, but we have someone from their office that's going to testify too. So thank you guys for all of the super chats and liking the live and coming over to hang with me, because I know some of y'all watched this already. So thank you guys for coming over here, and I'm going to see you all tomorrow, same time, 6 o'clock. Good night, everybody. See y'all. Bye, Jaleesa, girl. Go watch Wendy. Go watch Wendy so that you can, we got to talk about Wendy, but go watch Wendy. Bye, everybody. See y'all later.